Just we'll give 2 more minutes and we'll start. Yeah. So we'll not wait anymore. We'll continue our discussion. Can you hear me? Can someone confirm, please?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Fine. The last class I was discussing about the how we can write a while loop. So then we saw that a couple of examples, and at the same time, I explained about the how do you write a JUnit test cases as a developer. What are the code you have written? How that code you can test that? How you are going to test that? So this is what discussion we have done that here. So then today we will see that here. How do you write the switch statement? That would be the last element which is left for this, the basics. No, I'll be discussing today about the switch and string, and we'll discuss about a little bit about the arrays, how the arrays works. These are the three concepts I would be covering in this session. Tomorrow we'll discuss about the object-oriented concepts we can discuss. Let's take it here. This is a package. I'm going to take it as here. Day 5, I'm going to take it here. So where we are going to learn about the switch statement. What is a switch statement is, why do you use the switch statement? When you have a collection of, when you have a multiple options, from that options, you have to pick the one of the options, you have to pick that. So when you take the options, you have a 4 options you are having here, and one of the options you have to pick that here. In such a scenarios, we would be using that. It's the best example is whenever you go to the ATM, once you insert your card and like you'll get a several options. One is a withdraw, mini statement. Like this, you are getting several options you are getting, but at a time, you don't allow him to perform the 4-5 actions. You'll allow him to only perform only one of the options. You'll allow him to perform. The based on the what is the option he selected, you are going to take him to the particular screen, or you are going to perform the particular option you are going to perform here. Let's take it as a simple example. Let's take it as a simple example. If you take that here, you want to find the number of days in the month. Okay, suppose if I'm giving the year, I'm giving the month number, I'm going to give it here. Year and month number I'm giving here. You need to return the how many days are there in that particular month. How many days are there in that particular month? We need to find it here. What you could write it here. You are going to write a simple logic. You are going to write it here. How we are going to write it here? Suppose without switch statement, we'll try to do that here. Now I'm going to write it as a new class. Days in the given month and year. Okay, month and year we are going to take it here. So the example is here. First, we are going to write one method. We'll write it here. Private static. I'm writing one private method. Boolean is leap year. Okay, I'm going to write one method. I'm writing here is leap year, int year. What is a leap year? The year which is divisible by divisible by 4, and it should not divide it by 100. Or if it is a divisible by 400, it is a leap year. It should be divisible by 4. It should not be divisible by 100. Okay. And if it should be divisible by 400, then that we call it as a leap year. This is what you are writing here. This is a this is and here we have a r. Either year should be divisible by 400 or should be divisible by 4. If it is divisible by 4, it should not be divisible by 100. That we call it as a leap year. Now we got the leap year, we got it here. Once you get the leap year, now next we want to do that here, private, static, I'm going to write it here, int number of, okay, days, okay, days in a month. So here we are going to say it as a days in a month. We want to do that here. What is that? Your condition is if you are going to say that here, if month, okay, here we are going to write it as a logic here. You are writing here. So we know that there are months which are the 31st days which we are having here. Just we will be taking here. Okay, there are months which is having the 35 days it is having here. Like no, if month is month 1, okay, month is 1 or okay, month is equal to 1 or month is equal to 3 or month is equal to this, all months has got the 31 days. If month is equal to 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10 and 12, those months is having the 31 days. Now here we are going to write it here, else if month is here, this is a value, you are going to take it here. And then here we are going to write it as a else. We are going to write it as a else. We are going to write it as a, okay, this is a place where you are going to write it here, else if month equal to 2, if it's a leap year, you return this, otherwise you return the, otherwise you are going to return the 28 days, you are going to return here. Okay, this is what you would be writing here, and finally you are going to return the like now, or we are going to throw the exception, throw new illegal invalid month number. We are going to say that some exception you are throwing here that never happened. That is not going to happen. Okay, that's not going to happen. But if it happens, then we are going to, this is a command shift L, command line number. Okay. If you take this here, this is the explanation. Like, no, hey, your month number and year you are going to take it here. Month is equal to 1 or 3 or 5 or 7 or like no 8 or 10. There is a 31 days are there. If it's a month number 4, this is a value. If it's a month number is a 2, we are going to say that here. We are checking that either it's a leap year or not. If it is a leap year, you return the 29. Otherwise, you return the 28. Then you would be writing your main method. You are going to write it here. This is a main method you would be writing here. Month number and the number of days. The days in a month and a year is this many days and this many months. This is a leap year. 2020 is a leap year. If I take this February month, you should get the 29 days. You should get that. We should get 29 days. You are going to get it here. Days in a month. Days in a month 2. In the year 2022 is a 29 days. This we could have done by using the if-else statement, but here the problem is that this is a code is become the little unreadable. There are so many or conditions and all these things here. What we could do here is we can write a simple switch statement. You can write it here. Instead of writing the if-else, you could write a switch statement. You are going to write it here. How do you write that here? Int days equal to, I'm going to take it as a one variable I'm taking here. And here we would be writing the switch month. We are going to take it here. Okay, switch month, you are going to take it here. And you would be writing like this. Okay, this is the latest syntax. Okay, what we would be taking here, case 1, case 3, case 1, case 3, case 5, and case 7, and case 8, and case, this is what 31 days we are going to assign here. Case 4, case 6, case 9, case 10, 11, you are going to return this. Case 2, we are going to check that here. If it is a leap year, then you are going to do this here, and finally you are going to break this here. This is the way you are going to write a case statement. We used to write it here. Okay, case either 1, 3, 5, 7, 8, 12, you return the 31 days. And then you are going to say that break. Case 4, you are going to do like this. And case 2, you are going to do the leap year, and we are going to return here. Now, the ultimately you need to understand here is, here we are going to give the case, we are going to give it here. Based on that case value, the case statement which is matched, this statement is going to execute and it is going to break. It's going to break from the switch statement. It's going to break that here. If you don't give the break, what happens? This is going to execute the remaining values also. It is going to execute. We don't want to execute that here. Just we are going to give the break statement. But in recent changes, they have made a lot of changes here. Hey, anyhow you are doing this here, you can write a switch expression. What does it mean? You can assign this value to this variable. You can assign that here. Okay, you can assign this. This can return the value, and we are going to assign this a place where we are going to assign that here. We can write it as a case 1. It's a simple thing. We can make it here. We need not to repeat such a code. Case 1, 3, then you return the 31. No break, nothing. Case, we are going to write it as that this is a value. And case 2, if it is a leap year, is this. We are done with that. This we call it as a case expression. We can say that here. Okay, whenever you get the month, and here we are going to write it as the default. We are going to say it as an illegal argument month. Hey, this month is not a valid month. You are going to say that here. This is the simple thing they have made it here. Okay, they made it as a literally very simple. We call it as a switch expression. Here we are going to write it as a month. Case 1, 2, 3, 12. You return the 31. Case 4, 4, 6, 9. You return the 30. And case 2, you return the leap year, and you are going to return the 28 or 29. You are going to return here. This is the way anyhow you are learning the latest versions. You just look at that here. Wherever you are using the switch statement, you could use this switch expression. You can use it here. Okay, you can start with the latest code only. You can get started with that. Old version, you can just ignore that. So just you are going to take it as a month. Hey, here if it's a month, then you are going to return the 31. If I'm taking here this a value 30, and if it is a case 2, we are going to set as a leap year 29, and just we are going to return 28. Otherwise, you are going to return the illegal argument exception. So here, anyhow, it's returning the value. There is no point in writing the return statement here. Directly, I can return what is the return value it's returning. Return, I can do that here. This is what the new version changes they have made it in case of the switch statement. We will see one more example. You will get to know that more details. Okay, you'll get to know that more details. You will get to know that here. Now I'm going to create one more example. I'm creating here new class. This is a calculator. Okay, one menu driven approach. We are going to write it here. Calculator. We are going to take it here. This is a main method I'm writing here. Now here we are going to take one scanner class. Scanner sc equal to new scanner. System.out.println. Okay, we would not take it here. Here we are going to write a infinite for loop. I'm writing here. While true. While true means it is going to run forever. Okay. While true means it is always true. As a programmer, if you make it as always true, this is going to run it in infinite loop. There is no condition, there is no initialization, there is no updation. It is running in an infinite loop. It's going to run that here. Yeah. Now, what we could do here is here we want to take that here. Two numbers we want to take it here. Okay, let's take it here. SY S out, S out. Okay, here we would be saying that as a we would take the enter the number one. Okay, and then we are getting the number one value. Enter the number two, we are getting the number two value. Now we got it here. Now here we are going to say that here SY S out, one for we are going to say that here one for add, subtract, multiply, or five for exit. Now the user can give the choice int ch equal to this is what. If the user is entering the one, we want to add this number one and number two, we are going to display the result. If it is a two, we are going to subtract. If it is a three, we are doing the multiplication. If it is a four, you are going to do the division. We are going to do the division, we are going to do that here. Normally, if you're writing the if condition, what do you do here? If ch equal to 1, we are going to say that here addition of these two numbers, you are going to print this result. Else, if ch equal to 2, else if ch equal to 3, else if ch equal to 4, else if ch equal to 5, else we are going to say that here invalid choice. Now here, if we take this here, you have written a if else condition. If ch equal to 1, you do this. If ch equal to 2, you do this. Ch equal to 3, you do this. Like now, there is a lot of branching. Whenever I enter the 4, first 5, it will check here. It will check here. It will check here. It will check here. If it is not matched, then it will check here. If this is also not matched, then it will go to the invalid option. So there is a lot of branching will happen. Like no, first it will check here, then it's going to check, then it's going to check, then it's going to check. This will have the performance problems. To avoid that, just we'll use the case labels. Okay, here we are going to use the same thing. We are writing the switch statement. You are going to write it here. What is that? Switch in case of the case one. This is the switch statement. In case of the case one, you do this. Case two, you do this. Case four, you do this. You can write it here. This is what you are going to write it here. Okay. The case one, you are going to do this here. And in this case, what happens is a switch, which is exactly case is matched, that directly it will go to that. The case label is matched, directly it will go here, and it will be executed here. And we are going to write a break statement you would be writing here. This can be converted into the expression. I will show you that without break statement, how do you convert into the expression? I'll show that here. First, we will learn the switch case we are going to learn. Now here we are going to say it as a SYS out. Do you want to continue? If it is a yes, we are going to say it as a if res equal to no, then we are going to say that here. Thanks for using the calculator break. This program, it is going to run it in an infinite loop. It is going to run it here. We'll see that here how this is going to be. Okay, now number one equal to 10, number two equal to 20. Now it is asking, hey, one for add, subtract, multiply. What do you want to do that here? Suppose if I say multiply, multiplication of the 10 and 20 is a 200. Do you want to continue? If I say yes, okay, enter the number 20, and I'm going to enter the number is a 10. Okay, I want to do the subtract. Okay, the subtraction of the 20 and 10 is 10. Do you want to continue? The moment I say no, then it's going to break. This is going to break from the loop. It is going to break from that loop. Okay, the moment I say no, it is going to break. The moment you say break, it is not breaking from the if condition. It is breaking from the while loop. It is going to break that here. While loop, you have written an infinite for loop. That's going to break that here. So this is a way you can write a menu-driven programs. You can write it here. Okay, whenever you have got the multiple choices, like where user can check the one option. Based on the selection of the options you want to perform that, then you could go with the switch statement. You could go with this. Now we will take it as this example. I want to convert into the switch expression. I want to convert into the switch expression. I want to convert here. Now here, when you're converting the switch expression, this is what you do this here, and there is no need of writing the break here. This is a switch expression we are going to convert here. There is no break. There is no break. In case of the case 2, we will be writing here. Case 2, there is nothing break. You are going to write it here. No break. How do I delete this? Control L. No, line number. Okay, this is a formatting. We'll delete manually. Now here we are going to write it here. Okay, anyhow, GitHub Copilot is on. So what you could do here is we are going to avoid this here. Now here we are going to write the case 3. We are writing the case 4, and we are writing the case 5. So this is a place where we are going to say it as a system.exit, or we can say it as a break. No. Here we are going to say it as a case 5. We don't need that. Case 5 is the exit. Okay. Case 5 is you are going to say it as a break, or we can say it as a case 5. Okay. In case of the case 5 also, we are going to do the break. We are going to do that here. Case 5, we are going to say it as a system.exit. We are going to do this here. Okay. You terminate the program. Either you can terminate or you can break from the loop. You can break from that here. Okay. Here in this case, we are going to terminate. Yeah. In this case, you are going to say that here. Case 4. Okay. Here we can say it as a case 4 is good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4 options. You are going to say that here. There is no fifth option. Okay, there is no fifth option. Just you are going to give it as a 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to give it here 1, 2, 3, 4. Based on the user selection, you are going. It is going to execute the particular statement. It's going to be executed. And here we would be saying it as a okay. This one extra, I can remove that here. Now here you would be writing here. This is what. If you look at here, the expression become the much simpler. There is no break. Just you write the statement. You write the statement. You write the statement. This is the way you are going to write it here. Now we want to return the value from the switch expression. Okay, what you could do here is we are going to say it as a okay. We are going to say it as a okay. We want to print the message. Okay, what you would be doing here is we want to print the statement at the same time we want to return the value. How are you going to do that in a switch expression? You would be doing like this. You open this what bracket if it is having the multiple statements. Now I'm going to do here is so as out like the add addition of numbers. Okay, numbers, addition of the numbers. Okay, now here we are going to do this here yield. We are going to yield the number 1 plus number 2. Okay, this is a place where we are going to we are going to return int res equal to one variable. We want to assign that here. Okay, in ch, yeah, that's fine. Cool. You are going to take it as a ch in case of the case 1. The same thing we want to do for the rest of the cases also. Case 2. Case 2. No, why I'm disturbing that? Any existing code is good enough. Okay, we can take it here. And why this is giving the compilation error, we need to check that here. Into ch. Okay, switch case does not cover all the possible things it is saying here. Default, okay, new illegal argument exception, okay, invalid choice. Invalid choice, we are going to say that here. Cool. Now, this is a case when I'm taking here. Uh, Here also we need to do that. It has to return the value. So we have written a one statement here written here. Okay, and at the same time I want to return that value. Okay, return yield. We are going to say that here. Here also we are going to say it as the yield. We are going to say that here. Okay, here also we are going to say it as a yield. We will be saying that here. Okay, then here we are going to give it as a, in case of this default case. Okay, we can ignore this default case. These are all the possible options you are going to give that here. Okay, this is a case. Default, we are going to say it as a system.exit. Okay, let me. Something is wrong. Okay, here, this is an expression. Sorry, it is an expression, just you will be printing here. Now, what you would be doing here is, here, the switch statement, it is not, it is printing the message. And at the same time, I want to write a return statement also. I want to write it here. The printing the message and you want to write the return statement also. Then we can use the switch expression. You can use it here. This was introduced in Java 18, I guess. Earlier, we don't have this syntax. Even the people who are working in the projects, if they are using the 18 or above, they may make use of this expression. Okay, so choice equal to, you're going to take it as a, if the choice is equal to no, choice is equal to no, then you are going to execute this here. Now, ultimately, what I'm explaining that here is, whenever you take this switch statement and switch expression, the switch expressions are introduced in the latest versions. In case of the expression, you can return the value you can return here. Suppose if it is having the combination of returning the value and some statements has to be printed, then you would be using the yield. We are going to use it here. Whenever this case is executed, it will print the statement, and at the same time, it is going to return the number one plus number two value. It is going to return. It would be returning the number one plus number two value. It's returning here. This is a way we could use the yield statement. You could use it here. So there are two things I am discussing here: switch statements and switch expression. The difference is, in case of the switch statement, if you are taking here, where you need to write a break statement, you have to write it here. In case of the switch expression, there is no break. The syntax wise, it is simple. And even switch expression can return the value also. It can return the value also. It can return here. So this is the way you would be writing the switch statement. You are going to write it here. Like now, we will take this some Oracle site examples. Okay, switch in Java, Oracle examples. You can take it here. Oracle websites, they have given these some examples they have given here. This is what is this? It is taking here. Hey, you take the month number. You take the month number and you return the month name. You take the month number and you return the month name. If you are writing the if else conditions, how many conditions you have to write? 12 conditions you have to write it here. What we could use here, we could write the a switch expression. We can write it here. How do you write the switch case? Just we are going to take it here. Month name of given month. Okay, month name of the given month, you are going to take it here. If I'm taking here, this is the main method. I'm going to write it here. And here we are writing one method: private static string month name. Okay, here we are going to give the int month number. Okay, based on the month number, I should get the month name. I should get it here. Okay, in case of the, we will use the switch statement. We'll use first, then we'll use the switch expression. Okay, here we are going to write it here. Switch Here we will be taking it as a month name equal to string month name equal to. Initially, we will take it as a month name is empty. We will take it here. Now here we are going to write it here. Switch month. Okay, switch month. We are going to take it here. Case 1. So month equal to January. You break that. Case 2. Month equal to February. You break that here. Case 3. Month equal to March. You break that here. Case 4. Month April. You break that here. Case 5. May. Case 6. June. July. Okay, August. September. October. November. December. Okay, case 12 equal to break. We are going to December. Default, we are going to say it as a throw illegal month number name. We are going to throw that here. And finally, we are going to return month name. We are going to return here. This is what the switch statement you would be writing here. Switch. Hey, if month number is 1, it is a January. You are assigning the month name to the January. If it is a 2, February, you would be writing here. Okay, with. Okay, I'll write it as a with switch statement. With the switch statement. With the switch statement, we are going to say that here. This is what you would be writing here. But when you're writing the same thing with the switch expression, what are the changes it happens? Just we'll see that here. Just we are going to write it here. One more method we are going to write it here with the same signature, so that you will have a reference. What is the difference? You can find it here. Here we are going to write it as a switch. You are going to write it as a okay. Here I'm going to write it as a switch expression. I'm going to take it here. Okay, cool. Here you would be writing here switch expression. I'm going to do this here. Switch expression. In case of the switch expression, you would be writing like this. Hey, if the case 1, you return the January. Directly you are going to return here. February, March, April, May, June, July. Like no, otherwise you are going to. So much of noise here. Case 1, you are assigning the variable. You are going to break that here. Here directly we are going to say that here. You just print this here. Like no, before returning the January and December. Okay, January when you are returning here. If it is a case 1, we want to do some message. You want to print it here. Happy New Year. We want to print it here. Okay, we want to print the Happy New Year. We want to print it here. Only case 1 has got that special thing we need to deal that here. Now, in this case, what you could do here is you open the curly brace. This you say it as a yield. And what is the message you want to print it here? You can print the here. SYS out. We are going to say it as a so wish you Happy New Year. Okay, this is what we are going to say that here. So when you have a return statement and you want to execute some other statements, you would be writing like this. You are going to write it here, wish you Happy New Year, and we are going to say it as a yield. January, it is going to yield it here. So this is the way we can use the switch expressions. You can use it here. So you can do by using the switch statement, and we have done till 18. Everybody has done this code they have done, but in the latest changes, they have done the switch expression. You could directly return this here. Directly you can return the month name. So here case, what is the month you want to? If it is a combining with the other statements, you are going to use the yield. Otherwise, you are taking the case label and what is the return value you will be writing. This is a way you can use the switch statement in switch statement and switch expression you would be using in Java. I think absolutely this is going to be people are going to stop using. But if it is you are working on the old project, then you will be using that. Here, everybody will move to the switch expressions. They are going to move. Is this clear? Any questions? Any questions?
Clear, sir.
Okay. Now, Hmm. Okay, the next we are going to discuss about the arrays. What is an array? So when you take the variables, okay, what are the variables you have taken so far? You can assign the single value. Suppose if you want to hold the multiple values, we want to hold the multiple values. Suppose if I'm taking here int a equal to 10, I want to hold the 10 values this variable. A is supposed to should have a should have the capabilities to handle the multiple values. When you want to hold the multiple values, we will be declaring the arrays we are going to declare here. So array is a collection of homogeneous elements. Arrays is a collection of homogeneous elements. It is going to take a continuous memory allocation. It is going to take a continuous memory allocation. It is going to take it here. Suppose if I'm taking here one array, we are going to take it here. Integer array arr equal to new int of how many elements you want, you are going to define here. The array is an object in Java. Whenever you take the array, so integer arr, new integer of 10 elements, I'm going to take it here. Now, what happens internally? It is going to reserve the 10 locations. It is going to reserve the continuous memory location. Since it is an integer, integer takes the 4 bytes. So it is going to take, this variable is going to take the 40 bytes. It is going to take it here. It's going to take the 40 bytes. It is taking here. So the index value starts from the 0. The array index starts with the 0, ends with the size minus 1. The last index is, suppose if it is a 10, it is going to be a 9. So the array index starts with the 0 and ends with the size minus 1. Ends with the size minus 1. It is going to take it here. Now, array is a continuous memory allocation. Now, this is a variable name. We are going to create it as a ARR. If I want to access the element, if I want to access the element from the array, we would be accessing like this. ARR of, we are going to give the 2. Okay, you access the second element. The second element means it is going to get the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this, you have got the 8. Like now, this is a 1. This location is a 3, 4. It will keep on goes. The value at the second location. That means 0, 1, 2. What is the value here? That value it is going to get it here. If you want to assign the value to the array, you would be taking the ARR of, like no, you are going to take it as the ARR of ARR of, if I'm assigning the fifth location, I want to put the 100. This is the way you would be assigning the value to the that particular location you are going to assign this here. The 100 is going to be assigned to the fifth location. This is a fifth location you would be assigning here. And if you're trying to access, if I am trying to set the ARR of 11 equal to, I'm going to say it as a 100, I'm going to assign here, we'll get the exception. Because we have got the only 9 location. You are trying to access you are trying to access the index which is not available. Then you will end up with the array index out of bounds exception. You are going to end up with that. So here I have given my array size is a 10, and array size is always fixed. At the time of defining your array, we are going to give the size we are going to define here. Once you created 10 locations, it is going to reserve the continuous memory 40 bytes. It is going to reserve that here. And the like if you are storing only 2 values, remaining values, if you keep it empty also, it won't be the memory will not be given to the other variables. Like no, this has been reserved for the 10 locations. Whether you use it or not use it, that memory will be reserved for this ARR. And array index starts with the 0, ends with the size minus 1. Suppose if I take the integer array, it will allow only integer values. Other than integer values, it won't allow the any other type. So after listening all these things, you can make it as a statement. Array is array is a collection of similar type elements. Array can store the collection of similar type elements. Array index starts with the 0, ends with the size minus 1. We'll see this here. How are you going to define an array in Java, and how you would be accessing the one by one element, how we are going to access. Let me explain this here. This is the array example. I'm going to take it as a 1. This is the main method. I'm going to write it here. Once I write the main method, integer, we are going to take it here. ARR equal to new int. I'm going to take my array with the size 5. I'm taking my array with the size 5. I'm taking here. Now I'm going to assign the int is ARR of 0 equal to this, 1 equal to this, 2 equal to this, ARR of 3 equal to, we are going to assign the 3 equal to, we will be assigning the 40, ARR of 4 equal to, I'm going to assign with the 4 equal to 50. Now I created the array and I assign the values. Then how do you access the elements from the array? In order to access that element, you are going to get the SYS out of ARR of 0. Hey, get me the ARR of 0, get me the ARR of 1, ARR of 2, ARR of 3, and we are getting these values. Now we assigned, and at the same time we are going to get these values. We are assigning and we are going to get this value. So we are saying that you set the 0th location, and here we are going to get the 10, 20, 30, 50, and 40 because we are accessing the 4, then we are accessing the 5. Suppose my array, I'm going to take it here. I don't know how many elements I'm going to initialize here. This array, I'm initializing my array with some values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm initializing here. At the time of defining my array, I initialize my array with some elements I am initializing here. I declare the array and I'm initializing my array with this is the size, and these are the elements I'm initializing. When you are defining the array, if you are initializing, you shouldn't be giving the size. We shouldn't be giving the size. If you give the size, it is going to give the compilation error. So you are taking an array and you are initializing the array with these values you are assigning here. Now, if I want to find what is the length of my array, we can find that here. SYS out of ARR dot. Okay, we can say it as the length of the array. ARR dot length, we could be using that here. ARR dot length, it will tell you that here, what is the size of your array. The size of the array, it is going to tell. It is going to give it as a 10. It is going to give it here. It is going to give it as a 10. The length of the array is a 10. It would be saying that here. Now we know that array index starts with the 0, ends with the size -1, and we know the length also. We could write it a 1 for loop to access the element. For I equal to 0, I less than or equal to ARR dot length and I plus plus system dot out dot println, we are going to print the ARR of I value. We are going to print it here. Then finally, we would be saying that as a system dot out dot println ARR of I, we would be printing all the values. We are going to print it here. Okay, here what we are doing here is we are running a loop 0 to less than length. We shouldn't be taking the less than or equal to because we don't have the 10th location. We have a 9 location, 0 location, first, second, third, up to 9 locations you are having here. That's the reason we are taking the less than length. And we are accessing the 1 by 1 element. You are going to access that here. Hey, get me the first element, get me the second element, and we are printing all the values you are printing here. Now, if I run this here, which would be printing all the elements 1 by 1, it's going to print it here. This is a way you can find the length of the array, and at the same time, you are going to accessing the 1 by 1 element you are going to access. Now, the requirement is a simple. Hey, every element, okay, we are going to say that here, increment the, okay, here we are going to say that here, update the array element with the square of that given number. Okay, or we can say it as update the array element with update the array element with the square of that element. Okay, each element. Suppose if I'm taking here square means we need to double the value. That number into that's the same value you are going to multiply. We will be storing into the same location. You are going to store it here. So how are you going to update here? The same for loop you are going to run it here. We are doing here for I equal to 0, I less than ARR dot length and I plus plus, and we are updating. That means ARR of I, what is the value? You get the ARR of I value, you multiply both and you store it into the ARR of I. This is the way you can do that here. This is the way you are accessing the one by one element, you are doing the square, and then finally you are going to add to the array we are adding here. Now here, if I'm printing here SYS out of, if I print the uh, array, okay, if I'm printing the directly ARR, if I print here, it will be printing the toString method of this object, which we cannot understand anything out of that. I'll just show you that here, then I'll explain. Here we are going to print the array we are printing here. When you print the array, it is printing the one object it's printing here, which doesn't make any sense. We don't understand what is there in that. If you want to print the content of the array object, okay, here we are going to say it as a before update. SYS out, I'm going to print the before update. Before update, and this array object directly we shouldn't be printing that here. Instead, we are going to take it as a arrays.toString. Arrays.toString, we are going to print the ARR, we are going to print it here. This method is available in java.util package. Java.util package has got the class name called the arrays. And arrays dot, I'm going to say it as a toString. You would be printing the ARR, we are going to print it here. Arrays.toString method, which we are going to print the ARR. So before update, what is the value? The content of the array object, it is going to print it here. This also we are going to do that here. After update, what is the array value? We are going to print it here. Now, you would be running this loop, and which is going to print the before update, what is the array values, and after update, what is the array values? It is printing here. Before update, this was the values. After update, this is the values it is printing. This is the way we can use the arrays and how we are going to process the elements from the array. This what you can use the for loop. You would be getting the one by one element. You can get it here. Suppose you are reading from first element to the last element. You need not to write this here. We can write a for each loop. For we are going to take the what is the type of your element. My element is an integer value. Here my array name. Each element it is going to get it, and it will be assigning to the element. We are going to print it here. The array, from the array we are getting the each element, and we are going to print it here. From the array we are getting the one by one element, and finally we are going to print the system.out.println. What is the element you are printing here? Now if I run this here, the output will be the same. What is the difference between the for loop and traditional for loop and for each loop is, here we have a control. Suppose I want to get the third element to the last but one element, I want to get it here. We can do that here. But here we don't have control. Like the first element to the last element, it is going and blindly reading that. In case of the for each, we would use when you want to read the elements from first element to the last element, then we would go with that here. The for loops will have the better control. I want to read the first 5 elements. I want to read the from third element to the last element. Those things you can do it in a for each loop. But whereas a for each loop, you cannot do that. That's the difference between the for loop and the for each loop. When to use the for loop and when to use the for each loop. So when you use the for each loop, typically you want to read from first element to the last element, then you would go with this. And when you have some specific condition, okay, here we are reading and at the same time we are updating that here. It's better to go with the, you cannot do by using the for each loop. You have to do it by using the traditional for loop. So these are two ways you can access the elements. One is like by using the index. Another one is by using the for each loop. Suppose if you want to get the elements, if you want to print the reverse order, okay, print array elements in reverse order. If you want to print the elements in a reverse order, you cannot do by using the for each loop. You should go with the traditional for loop. How are you going to write it here? For int I equal to ARR dot length minus 1. Because the length is a 10, we don't have the 10 locations we are taking. That's the reason minus 1. I greater than or equal to 0 and I minus minus, you are going to print the ARR of I value. You would be printing in a reverse order. We are going to print it here. So this is a way you can use the for loops. The for loops, when I was discussing here, it's a very important. The thing is that when you are processing the array elements, when you're writing the logics, like no, the number of iterations, how many iterations it has to run, those all these things depends on the how we are writing the your for loops. How we are writing your loops, that depends on that. This is the way the array elements can be processed. So once you create an array and you are initializing the array with these values, you are going to initialize, then you are going to find uh, you are going to find this is a value you are finding here. Okay, now let me take it as another example. New class, I'm going to take it here. Array example 2, I'm going to take it here. Okay, this is array example 2, I will be taking here. When I'm taking the array example 2, here we are going to write it as a main method I'm writing here. Now what I'm taking here is, yeah, int, integer array, I'm going to take it here. New int, integer ARR equal to new int. I would be taking it as a 121, 131. Okay, then we are going to say it as a 123, 1221, 12, 1234, 12321, 1235, 125, 521. Okay, then here 145 this. Now here we have got the list of integer values, or you can say that array of integer values. In that, we want to print the numbers which are not palindrome. Which are not palindrome, we want to print that here. Which are not palindrome, we want to print that here. This is the logic we want to do that here. Like whenever you take this number, the operation, like the numbers which are not palindrome, you want to find that here. If you take that in day 4, we have written a one math common questions. You have written a method. What is this method? It can do the reverse, and it can also find the prime number or not, palindrome or not. It checks that here. It can check the palindrome or not. It's going to check that here. Now, what we could do here is we can make use of this method. How are you going to make use of this method? Now, here, if I'm taking this example for int number of from the ARR, we are going to get that here. Now we want to print the numbers which are not palindrome, correct? Here we are going to call it here if not is, okay, here we are going to take the math common questions dot is palindrome. I'm going to make use of this method. If that is not a palindrome, you print that we are saying here. So we are not writing once again the say logics. We are going to make use of that method. From this array, we are going to get the one by one element we are getting here. And finally, we are going to say that here, if it is not palindrome, if it is a palindrome, it won't be printed here. If it is not palindrome, then we want to print that value. So we would be running this here, run. So these are the values which are not palindrome. If you want to print all the palindromes, just you are going to do this here. I'm going to run this here, which would be printing all the palindrome values. It is going to print it here. This is a way we can now use the for loops and how we are going to make use of these some existing methods, how we are going to make use of that. This is an example for that. Any questions here? Sorry, somebody said something which you did not get that. Yeah. Now here we are going to take another example. New class, I'm going to take it here. Array example 3. Okay, I'm going to take the array example 3. Let me take it as a integer array. Two-dimensional array, we are going to take it here. Array of arrays we are taking here. This is array of arrays. The array contains the another array it contains here. Array contains the another array it contains here. Now here we are going to write it here. I'll be taking it as a 1, 2, 1. Okay, then we are going to take the, this is a 4, 5, 4. Okay, then we are going to take it as a 3, 9, 3. 3, 9, 3, we are going to take it here. So here, this is a multi-dimensional array. The array which internally contains the another array. This is nothing but you can take it as a tabular format. If you take that here, it has got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 3 columns. 5 rows and the 3 columns it contains here. Now, what I want to find it here, hey, can you count how many arrays are palindrome? Okay, before you are going to the multi-dimensional array, first we'll do with the single dimensional. ARR equal to new integer array. We are going to take it here. And this is a place where I'm going to take it as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. Check that whether this given array is a palindrome or not. Okay. Let me put it in a main method. Check that here, whether this given array is a palindrome or not, we need to find it here. Whether this given whether given this array is a palindrome or not, we want to find it here. Yeah, that's a question here. Can you check this here, whether given string is a palindrome or not? I'm struggling with the keyboard shortcuts. Yeah. I don't know. So we can move this line. We need not to copy paste that here. Just directly you can keep the cursor there. We can move that. Shift. Yeah, I think this is a shortcut. Shift. Okay, it is going above that here. Yeah, that will worry about that here. Now here we need to check that here whether this given array is a palindrome or not. We need to find it here. What is a palindrome? From left to right, right to left. If it is contains the same elements, we can say that it is a palindrome. The array is a palindrome or not, we need to find it here. Now this array is a palindrome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4 through T1. So left to right, right to left. If you read it also, it is going to have the same values. How do you check that here? Here we are going to write a logic for that here. Private static. I'm writing a method. Boolean is palindrome, and we are taking the array. By default, we are going to return the true. Okay, by default, we are going to return the true. And we need to write a logic for this. Here we need to write a logic. What is that logic? First value you compare with the last value. Second value you compare with the last but one. This until both meet the one place, you need to keep on comparing that here. If the moment if it is not equal, then immediately you are going to return false. You would be doing here for int I equal to 0. You start the I value from the 0. And comma, we can use the j value is the ARR dot length minus 1. J equal to ARR dot length minus 1. And I is less than or equal to j. I value, j value, both it meet the one place. We are going to say that here. I plus plus, j minus minus you are doing here. Okay. Here we are taking the I value is a 0. J value is a ARR dot length minus 1. I is less than or equal to j. I is less than or equal to j. We are going to take it here. And I plus plus, j minus minus. What does it mean? Let's take it as a this is the array. We are going to take it here. This is a one array we are taking here. Okay. I have got the elements is this is a 1, this is a 2, this is a 3, and this is a 4. Okay. This is a 3, 1, 3, 2, and here we have got the 9 we are having here. Is it a palindrome? It's not a palindrome. First iteration itself, we will get to know that here. First value, last value is both are not same. Then I can say it as it's not a palindrome. That's exactly we are doing here. We are taking the first value, last value. We are comparing first value. Is it not equal to? If it is equal to, it will continue. If it is not equal to, immediately it is going to return false. It's not only returning from the loop, it is returning from the method itself. If it is equal, suppose you are taking here, this value is also 1. Just imagine that it's 1. And this is the value I have given the 5. First value is the 5. Then I value initially it's 0. J value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now both are same. Then I am incrementing the I value by 1. I is a 1, J is a 5. Is it the same? Both the values at that? Yeah, it is the same. Then it will continue that. This is a 2. This is going to be 4. 2 and 4, it will be compared. Is it the same? 3 and equal to 5? No, it is going to come out of that. Suppose if it is having this also 3. Now it will continue. Then 3 and this is also 3. Less than or equal to. Then it is also same. Now it is going to be 4 and this is going to be true. Is it less than? No. Then it is going to come out of this for loop. Then it's going to come out of this for loop. Okay, then it's going to come out of the for loop and this is going to return the true. It is going to return here. It's going to return the true. Here in for loops, we can use the comma separator operator. You can assign the two variables you can initialize. You can initialize the two variables you can initialize. I equal to 0, j equal to AR dot length minus 1. I is less than or equal to, we are going to say it as a j. I plus plus j minus minus, you are going to say that here. If I is not equal to j, we'll say it as a false. Otherwise, you are going to return true. You are going to return here. Now we can check this here. SYS out. So is palindrome. We are going to print it here. In this case, it should print it is a palindrome. It's going to print it as it's a palindrome. It is going to say that here. Yeah, true. It is saying here. Suppose if I'm taking the 1, 9, this is not a palindrome because you are going to get this here. Now I'm going to run this here. It would be saying that as this number is not a palindrome. Number is not equal palindrome. We are going to say that here. So this is a way you can use the for loops and you can check that here whether given string is a palindrome or not. Okay, cool. Let me discuss the one more example before I go further. Any questions? Does anyone has any questions? This depends on the how you have learned the for loops, no? So there is nothing difficult here. The for loops, the way you are written, just you are going to make use of that here. Cool. Now I'm going to take it as a new class I'm taking here. Array example 4. Okay, we will see some of the commonly what are the operations you will perform. We will see that here. This is the main method I'm taking here. Okay. This is the main method I'm going to take it here. String, I'm taking the name equal to, I'm taking it as a cat. Okay, name equal to cat I'm taking here. String name equal to cat I'm going to take it here. This cat I want to convert into the array. I want to convert the string name equal to, string is a predefined class. We are taking the name and which you are assigning the, whenever you are taking the Java strings, it has to be in a double quotes. Characters will be always in a single quotes. Now I want to convert into the array. Character array we want to convert here. Character ARR equal to name dot, you can use the method called the toChar method. That will does, what it does is that it is going to convert into the character array. Suppose if I'm printing the SYS out arrays dot toString method, if I'm printing here, if I print the ARR, which would be printing the array value, it is going to print it as a array value, which is going to print it this value. Like no, if you take the cat, this cat is converted into the character array. It is converted, and we are printing this cat. We are printing here. Now what I want to do here is, hey, I want to sort the elements in the character. It should become the ACT. The cat should become the ACT. It should become. I want to sort these values. In order to sort these values, there is a method called the arrays dot sort. I'm going to use the ARR. And after sorting, I want to print that values. Arrays dot toString method. I'm going to print it here. What it does is that this will take this character array. It is going to sort the elements, and it does that, and it is returning it as the ARR. It's going to return here. Suppose I'm taking the one more character array. I'm going to take it here. This is a character array I'm taking here. This is a we can take it as a ARR2. This we will put it as ARR1. This is a ARR1, and here we are going to sort this here ARR1. Now what I'm doing here is, this is a character array I'm taking here. New character array I'm going to take it here, and I'm assigning with the ACT. I'm going to assign here. Now let's look at here. Here I'm taking a string. I'm converting into the array. Here I'm directly creating the one array I'm creating here. And the first array I sorted. Second array, I want to compare that this array1 and array2 both are same or not. To compare that, the arrays class has got the one method called the sysout arrays dot equals. There is a method called the equals. You can give the ARR1, ARR2. What is this equal method does is that it will take the first, it will compare the length. Is the length is same or not? Yeah, it is the same. Then if the length is same, it cannot say that no, both the elements are same. It will compare the character by character, index by index. It will compare. First element, is it A? Does it have the A in ARR2, ARR1? Each index it will be compared. If everything is the same, then it is going to return true. Now in this case, both are same. In this case, both are same. It should return the true, because ACC, ARR and SYS out of, if I'm printing the ARR2, both are contains the same values. Both are contains the same values. It would be returning the true. It is going to return here. Suppose if you don't sort it here, ARR1 you haven't sorted here, it is going to return the false. It is going to return the false. It is going to return here. We can check that here. It's a false, because C and A it is compared, which is not matched. Then it is going to return it as a false. It is returning here. So these are the some of the methods. Like now, in order to sort that, we would be using the arrays.sort method. If we pass the array, this method is going to sort the elements. To print the array elements, you are going to use the toString method. We are going to use it here. To convert the name to the character array, we would be using the name.character array. We are going to use it here. If you understand this logic, you can solve the problem called the anagram. Suppose if you are saying the anagram, let's take it as a Java example. I'm going to take it here. Anagram example. Okay, we want to find the anagram. Okay, we want to find the anagram example. We want to find it here. What is anagram? If you take the A, B, C, okay, cat, we are going to take it here. Cat, ACT, TAC, TCA, ATC, CTA. These all are anagrams. What is anagram? It should have the same length. It should have the frequency of the character also should be the same. First C it has to be present. Next A has to be like no. The C can be present anywhere. Like no. When you take the C is occurred only once. A is occurred only once. T is occurred only once. If you take that here, cat. If we take all the possible things, ACT, TAC, TCA, ATC, CTA, these all are anagrams. Now here, when I give the main method, I'm going to take it here. I'm going to give the string name1 equal to cat and this. Now we need to check that here, these two strings are anagrams or not. We need to check that here. These two strings are anagrams or not. We need to check that here. Anagram means the first word, what are the characters it is having here? Second, what are the letters it contains? The second word also should contain the same letters. Length has to be same. The frequency of that letters also should be the same. Now what we can do here is we will write a one algorithm for this. Private static boolean is anagram. We are taking the string 1 and string 2. Now how do I compare this? How do I compare this here? First I will convert into the character array. This is a character array we are going to convert here, and this also we are going to convert the character array we are comparing here. Now we are going to check that here. Okay, we are going to do this here. We are sorting ARR1, ARR2, we did the sorting. Then we are going to call the ARR1 equals ARR2. If both are same, then it is going to return true, otherwise it is going to return false. First, you are going to get the character array we are going to convert. Second one also we are going to convert into the character array. Then we are doing the sorting of the ARR1, sorting of the ARR2. If both are equal, then we are going to say it as anagram. Now here we are going to say that here SYS out is anagram. So we are going to say that is name1 and name2 anagrams. Just you are going to print it as a, if it is a yes, we are going to print it as a true. Otherwise, you are going to print it as a false. Now, this is what you would be doing here. I'm going to say that here. So is CAT and ACT is are anagrams? Just you are going to say that here. We are asking question ourselves, and we are going to say that anagram. Is it true? It's a true. Suppose if I'm taking the CC, if I take that here, it's not anagram because the character frequency CC is a 2, but here it is occurred only once. So then it should say that false. It's going to say it as a false. It would be printing the output. The output is going to be printed as a false. Hey, it is not a anagram. It is saying here it is a false because the length itself it's not matched. The first word has got the 4 letters. The second word has got the 3 letters. The word itself it's not matched. It is saying that it's not an anagram. So these are the some simple examples you can do that here, like now by using the arrays. So how we are going to sort the arrays and how we are going to like now print the array elements. You can see that here. This is about the arrays. And next one is we want to discuss about the strings. Whenever you take the strings, so string example, I'm going to take it here. String example, I'm going to take it as a 1. String example 1, I'm taking here. What is a string? The strings is a collection of a group of characters. We call it as a string. We can say that here. In Java, how do you define the string? String is a predefined class which is available in a java.lang package. By default, the lang package will be automatically imported in your class. Now here we are going to take it as a core Java. I'm taking here. Okay, this is a string. I'm going to take it here, and this string, when I take it here, string name equal to core Java. Suppose if I'm saying that here, the person, this is what I'm taking here. String name equal to, I'm going to say it as a Krish. Okay, Krish, we are going to take it here. And next one is the int age equal to, I'm going to take it as a some 33. And the string, I'm going to take it as a works for. Okay, LNT, something you're going to say that here. So now here we want to say that one message, string message equal to. Okay, here we want to say that here. Okay, the name, and this is the name is name Krish is this, what is the years of old, and works for this, what is the company name. We are going to print it here. We are doing the name, we are adding the string, again you are adding the text, we are going to add it here, and finally the years old and works for, that's a message you will be printing here, and finally you want to print that here SYS out of message. So when I print this here, this would be printing the output as a. So yeah, let it run. Krish is 33 years old and works for the LNT. It is going to say that here. So this is a way you can take the string, and by using the plus operator, we can do the concatenation. We are going to do the concatenation of the string we would be doing here. string name and age equal to, and we would be concatenating, and finally we are going to print the what is the age value you would be printing here. Is this clear? Name is a Krish, and his age is this, and he is this many years old, and work for this company. Whenever you're taking the strings, string objects are immutable objects in case of the Java. You would be creating, once object is created, that content cannot be modified. That's the meaning of the immutability. Now here we are taking the name equal to Krish, you are going to take it here. And the string class has got the lot of methods. String class has got the lot of methods it is having here. What are the methods we can take it here? So string example, I'm going to take it as a 2. If I'm taking here, this is what I'm taking here. This is a main method. I'm going to write it here. String names equal to, I have got these several names. Krish, Manoj. Okay, then we are going to write it as a Rajesh, Shiva, Sharon, and then there is a Kiran. These many names I am having here. Now, what I want to print it here, I want to print the one by one name. I want to print it here. And only first 3, and every name has to be printed in uppercase. I have a collection of names which are coming in as a fixed delimiter called the comma separator operator I am getting here. I want to get one by one name, and I want to display all the names in uppercase. The string class has got the method called the string. We are going to take it as an ARR. There is a method called the split. If we use the split with the delimiter, this is going to split based on the delimiter, and it will return the array of strings it is going to return here. Krish, Manoj, Rajesh, Shiva, and Sharan and Kiran, if you take that here, we are going to do the names dot split. You split that based on the delimiter, and finally you are going to get the one array. We are going to get it here. From there, we want to print the one by one name in uppercase. We want to print it here. For my array type is a string, I'm taking the name of ARR. While I'm printing here, I want to print the name in uppercase, name dot to uppercase, which will be converting into the uppercase, and the value will be printed in uppercase. It is going to be printed here. Now, if I run this here, the split method is going to split the values, and we are getting all the names in uppercase. You are getting here. All the names you are going to get the uppercase. Now, let's look at here. There are some names which has got some space. Extra space is added. Beginning and ending, it is added here. To avoid that, like if I run this here, you'll get the starting, some names you'll get the empty space. Some names you'll get it at the end, you'll get the empty space. You see here, these two are having the extra spaces. If you want to remove that, we would be using the method called the trim. We are going to use it here. Trim dot to uppercase, you would be doing that here. First, you are going to take the name, you do the trim, and then you are going to say that as you do the trim, then you are converting into the uppercase. Now, if I run this here, which would be getting that as this is a value. This is a value you are getting. So like this, it has got the substring. Suppose I want to print only first 3 characters. I don't want to print all the things in uppercase. I want to print the first 3 characters. Where I do this here trim, I'm taking the substring 0, 3. That means 0, 1, 2. It doesn't take the 3. So upper bound minus 1, it is going to take it here. This will be printing the first 3 characters. This we call it as a method chaining. First, you are taking the name, you are doing the trim, then you are doing the substring, then we are converting into the uppercase, and finally we are printing here. Krish, this is the one. Like this, the string class has got the lot of methods it is available, and as and when it's required, like we should go through the documentation. Like now, how to see that API documentation? Let me explain this here. How do I know that Java has got so many classes, and what are the methods are available? How do I know that that method is a split method is exactly it is going to return an array? How do I get to know that? So for that, we can use the Java API docs. There is a API docs you have here. If you take the Java API docs, you can go to this API docs. You can search for the class which you want. I want to search for the string. You can go to the string class, and what are the methods are available, what is the constructors are available. It's the explanation here. So the string class represents the character strings. All literals will be, which is in a double quotes. And here, this is a way you can create, and another way you can create it here like this. Now here, like no substring, like these are the methods are available. And what are the constructors are available? What are the methods are available? You can look at here. Like no, all methods, static methods, instance method, concrete methods, and deprecated methods. Deprecated methods are something we don't use it. We don't like no. These methods are not encouraged to use that, because these methods are going to be maybe in a future version it may be deleted also. Not to use that. It is available, but it's not recommended to use that here. It's a deprecated. This method may be having some issue. The equivalent method they may give it, and they will say that no, instead of this method you can use the some other method. Suppose if I look at here, this has been deprecated since 1.1. It is saying that here. Okay, this method has been deprecated 1.1. We shouldn't be using this method at all in our when you are working with that. We shouldn't be using that method. The deprecated methods we shouldn't be using that. Okay, we should avoid. And now here, if we take that here, suppose if I'm taking the all methods, like here we are doing the split method. What is the explanation about the split method? We can see that here. Okay, split method, it will takes the regular expression, and it is saying that here, suppose if we take that here, comma, 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 and here we are going to take the comma, colon, this is what we are taking here. So we can use the regular expression, you can use it here. Okay, regular regex, the result would be like this. If you take this as the input, if you take the regex, this would be like this. If you take the O, then it is going to be B. Then you have got the space, then you have got this entire thing. Like depends on that, it is going to split that here. There is something called the join method. Okay, what is this join method? How it works? The character sequence delimiter, character sequence, the element. Suppose you are taking here join method. How it works? I want to know that here. So here I'm going to say it as a join method. I want to work that here. String message equal to string. I can say that as a user names. I'm going to take it here. What I'm taking here, string dot, there is a static method called the join. With what I want to join, with the hyphen. What is that? We are going to write it here. John. Okay, John and Doi, Dow. Just we are going to take the Dow. Joy. I want to write it here, and then we are going to write this Smith. Now, if I print this here, it is going to join with the hyphen. Each delimiter is going to join with the hyphen, and finally we are going to print the username. You will be printing here. Username. What is the username? Just it is going to print the John Doe Joy Smith. It is will be printing here. Here they have given the nice explanation also. You can see here message equal to string dot join. So Java is a cool. Like now here we are going to take it here. So hyphen Java is cool. Now if we concatenate that, the join it does that here. It is saying it as a Java hyphen is cool. See, explaining the each and every method would be difficult in the classrooms. Like no, when you know, hey, what are the string class it is having here? Just so you can see the methods. You can go through the API documentation. You can read about that API documentation, and then you can practice. These are the examples you can practice. Okay. Any questions here? Any questions?
No, sir, all good.
All good. So if you don't have any questions, we are done for the day. We will be meeting tomorrow, and we'll discuss about the object-oriented concepts tomorrow. We will be discussing. Yeah. Thank you, guys.